Hey everybody. I'm trying to remember where we left off Monday. I know that we closed a couple of issues, and I know that I've opened a couple new ones since, so I think we're going to have quite a few interesting bugs to work through. Just trying to collect my thoughts here. So, one of the issues that I know we have is we've set the size of the mixer here. However, when we bring in an input that's smaller than that, we'll get something up here. And I can demo that really quick. Let's see, are we running? Okay. So if we create a mixer and we give it like a 1080p resolution, and then let's go ahead and add the output here. So what'll happen when we add this input is actually 480p. And we'll see it kind of show up here. So that's one issue I know that we need to work through, is now we need to kind of figure out how we want to scale this so that it fits the size of the mixer. Now we could create the mixer at the same size as this and our issue would be solved. But we may need to mix things where we have a lower resolution. So I think what we're going to have to do is try to upscale this to fit the size of the mixer. So just kind of thinking through how we would do that. If we look at our... We have this caps filter here, which is where we're setting the width and height. So what I think we're going to have to do is add this same caps filter to our inputs. And then yeah. So we'll have to add this to our inputs. And then it should theoretically work. I mean, we can try it. We might also need to set this on our output too, because it's quite possible that we may want to send it somewhere else. So maybe like at the mixer is 1080p, but to one RTMP source or to video or something like that, we may want to produce a different resolution. So let's think about inputs first. And I'm just going to copy all of this and come to our input. Right now we just have what? Test, URI, and fake. I suppose we should fix it for all of them, but these are just, they're not really being used for anything at the moment. So for now, let's just find our URI version. We're going to need to add our video scale. Did we add the caps filter? No, I don't think we save any of these. So for now, let's just save a video scale element here. If we need to, then we'll save our caps filter. But for now, let's see if we can just add a video scale. So before the Q. So here's our caps filter. And then we're also going to need a video scale. What do we call it? Video scale. Wait. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Let's call this video scale. Video scale. Scale. JT, how's it going? We are fixing bugs today. As many as we can, anyway. I hope. Although right now it feels more like every time I fix one bug, I find 10 more that need to be fixed. I'm doing all right. It's been a rough couple of days. Had some stuff going on personally, so kind of distracting myself while getting done work that needs to be done. So if I'm a bit lower energy today, just know that there's kind of stuff going on behind the scenes. Okay, so we have our video scale element. Let's add it here. Video scale, okay. Hey, Jose. Uh-oh. What is this? Caps filter not found in this scope. What did we break? Oh, I didn't copy that over. Where's the caps filter? Oh, that's the test source. Okay. Here's our caps filter. Ah, I don't want me. Okay, there's our caps filter. Okay. We need to format and pass in the name. Oh, we have a bunch of errors. What's our issue now? Oh, because we're getting this stuff from the config. Okay. Crap. Alright, so this is going to be a bit bigger of a refactor than I thought. Okay. So, whoa. What is this? Did something update? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna need to create a config here, and I think that it would be probably be okay to use the one inside of our module. So we have up here, we have this audio config and video config, and then we have this here. So I'm thinking, Aaron, how's it going? So I'm thinking that maybe we reuse this, right? Because this, so far there's nothing specific to this config that couldn't be used for an input or output. So let's just start there. So maybe what we should do here is just give it a config, right? And pass it in a mixer config maybe. I kind of feel like this should exist up here though. And it's kind of where I would really like composition from Go. That would be extremely nice here. Wait, what did we complain about? Use crate mixer. Okay. And then this, I guess, would be wait. Oh, from URI. All right, config. So this would be a mixer config. We might need to change all of this. All right, let's roll with this for now. Although I'm starting to feel like maybe this should be... No, because this is specific to a URI one. We want this as just a normal config.
This yak is as smooth and pink as it's going to get, sir. Shall we move on?
Okay. So, in all of these places, we just have name. So rather than going through and doing all of them, let's just do this. Let name equal config dot name. Oh wait, no, it's just a property. Okay. Oh, you just wanted to mess with it? Yeah, actually, people haven't been playing the sounds at all. Just the ones when people raid or follow are the ones that get played. Nobody's playing these anymore. It's quite possible that there's not a lot of people that have been here since they've been in. It might be like a newer audience. Okay, so now we need to change all of this. What am I doing? So, what's our error here? Mismatched types. Why? Alright, hold on.
Would you like me to look up a recipe for a light bolognese sauce? It should pair quite nicely with your spaghetti code.
Okay, so this is... Okay. So this is because it wants a... So we need a dot as str. Okay. Didn't know... Wait, what? Didn't know that was where it was going? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, some of them are pretty funny. Okay, so now we've got this refactored here. So now we need to go fix our HTTP library so that our input also has these parameters. I don't even know what happens if we tell it different dimensions. I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, no. We need to add our video scale too in our link function, and we need it in our unlink. So here in link, we need to add scale. Then, oh, that's an add. And then we also need it here. Video scale. And then we need to add it in our unlink. Okay. So now we should just be failing inside of, right, our HTTP logic. So handlers on what line? 137. Okay, so this is bringing in an input create request. And where is that defined? Okay, so I think we're gonna need what? A config. Okay, so that would give us that. This should probably be an option, right? Because it's not required that you pass this in. So we'll make that an option, and then we'll go back into our handlers on, what is it? We've got 137. It's the only place. Okay. So now we should have a config here. Can we... Oh, crap. No, we're going to need a config. Because now we have two places where name can exist, right? Because it also exists on this mixer config. Okay, so maybe we should just do this. So audio config, and then a video config, and both of these will be optional. Alright, still the same issues. Okay, so now these are optional. That would mean now if we go into our handlers, what we can do is assemble this, right? So we need a config, mixer config. Wait. Thinking this through. Or is this defined? Okay, so these have to be there. Okay, okay. So here's what we need to do. We need to say we want the name equal to input.name, right? That much we know. For now, let's just say video equals mixer default video config. And then audio can be the same. Okay. So that's still not working. Wait, what is going on here? Expected identifier found keyword. What am I missing? Wait a second. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. Okay. What is this? Line 40. Oh. This is where I start mixing Go and Rust. Okay. Alright, so this is that. Why is that a mismatch type? Oh, right. Because we need the config. So config. What is this? Oh, we moved it because of here. Alright, so we should be able to clone that, right? Okay. Hey, I'm starting to get the hang of this borrowing thing. Okay. So are we partially solved here? So what we really need to do here is, I wish we had a ternary operator. Well, no, because I could do this, right? Could I say match input dot audio, right? And then I could say if it is sum, then we want to return back this config If it's none, then we want to do this. Would that work? What is this? Oops, wrong one. Right idea, wrong thing. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna reuse this, and we're gonna do the same thing here. Except what we probably want to do is audio. Okay. Unwrap or Vega, good call. Yes. So we could do a video input.video.unwrap or, and that allows us to return back a default type. Perfect. Default video config. Okay. We're gonna change this because this isn't actually what we want. This is just a starting point, right? Audio, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna add a to-do here because what we really want here is don't default to create default grab current mixer settings. Okay. I think we might end up having to create our own types though, because we might need like an input config because there's going to be certain things like telling it where in the mixer it needs to go. And I guess we need to figure out like, is that a configuration of the input or is it a configuration of like the connection that we make between the input and the mixer? So do we tell the mixer about where we want it or do we configure it on the input? And I guess we still have to kind of think that through. So, okay. So this right now should theoretically work. I just want to try this because what this should prove to us is that we can scale the input to match some dimensions. And I know that the defaults right now are 1080p. So let's do that. Well, let's try it out and see whether this works. And then we can kind of refactor it so that we can tell it to use the mixer settings. Hey, Petter Master, what's going on? Okay. Oops, one more. So let's add our mixer. This is 1080p. We're gonna add our output. And then we're gonna add our input, which should hopefully scale. Nope, that did not scale. Okay, so maybe that doesn't work the way I expect it to. Let's trace it through. Okay, so here's our input. And we're going into our video convert. We do go into a video scale. Oh, did we put the caps filter in there? I don't think we put the caps filter in there. I think that's my bad. Okay, so here's our caps filter. Did we link it though? Oh, we don't even have it on here. Caps filter. All right, we need to go up to our struct URI. Okay, there's our caps filter. And now in our link. Okay. Is this for the URI? Yeah, because this is the only one we have scale. So we need to add the caps filter to our pipeline. And then we need to link it. Okay. And then let's also add it to our unlink. Okay. Try again. We gotta make the colors more interesting than this. Let's do, I don't know, hue, yellow, desk. Oh, that didn't work. Hue, green, desk. Hue, purple, ceiling. Oh. There we go. All right, let's try this again. Add our mixer. Add our output. Add our input. Come on. I swore I added that. Okay, so this obviously did not work. Our caps filter broke it. Just realized how loud the music is. Did the bot break? No. Something broke. Interesting. All right, we've got something going on with our. Yeah, weird. Okay, so. Ooh. All right, so we also have some bugs here for when errors happen. And so now I don't know what failed here. Oh, wait. All right. So maybe this is just an issue with negotiation. So I suppose it's quite possible that. Okay, yeah. So there's our issue. We've got some sort of negotiation issue. So let's do a GST debug 6. All right. Okay, that's not going to be helpful. All right. It is on our HTTP source. So can I just do a GST URI decode bin. Can I say GST debug equals GST, I don't know, 2 GST URI decode bin 6? No. Wait. What is this? Node modules. Wait. What's the syntax there? All right. Where are you? Comma. Okay. So this is supposed to be 2, comma, URI decode bin. All right. Now let's try it again. Add input. Got backwards DTS. Wait, what? I have no idea what that means. Well, I know what DTS is. So DTS is a decode timestamp. Hey, Stupak, what's going on? Melky Dev, what's going on, man? Wait, web scraping. What are we web scraping? But yeah, so DTS is our decode timestamp. So I'm kind of confused. So there's got to be something inside of our queue or something in front of here, because that's weird. Let's Google it. GStreamer backwards DTS. Hey, Dr. Dumenberg. It's going okay. Okay, while running below GStreamer pipeline command, I'm keeping on ignoring DTS facing though time. And there's no answers. I feel like that's every question I try to look up about GStreamer. I've just got some stuff going on personally. So distracting myself currently. Decode timestamps are currently inconsistent through GStreamer, making it impossible in some situations to mux proper streams. GStreamer doesn't support negative DTS or DTS outside current segment. Why is this necessary? When muxing, timestamps are converted to running time. When PTS running time starts from 0, and in some cases DTS must be before that. Right now, G segment. Some parts of GStreamer assume that DTS equals PTS for keyframes. Now, in order to do that, the DTS needs to be shifted, resulting in DTS greater. Okay, so X264 encoder is currently doing this. It offsets DTS so that it is never negative and matches PTS on keyframes. But this means it produces DTS greater. What is worse? I wonder if we remove the X264 parse I'm not entirely sure why that's there. No, Melky, you're good. I let everybody know, like, my energy level today probably is not going to be quite the same. So this isn't really our issue, right? Because if we come to our input and we find our caps filter, we're going to ignore this. Let's not add it to the pipeline. And our pipeline should work, but we're still going to get those messages, right? We need to not unlink it too. Okay. All right. So now if we run this, right, we should have a working pipeline, but I think we're still going to get those errors. And Pretzel Rocks crashed. Melky, what are you doing hanging out in my stream? It looks like Prime's on. Okay. Okay. Add our, whoa. Add our mixer. Add our output. Add our input. And then we should still get the same errors, right? Yeah. Okay. So, wait. Yeah, got backwards DTS. So, I think this is our encoder. So if we go to our output, there's one element here that I copied from somewhere. I'm not entirely sure why. Let me just make sure, because then I can just check it out. Yeah, we haven't modified output. So let's just cut this out. H264 parse. Let's get rid of this everywhere. Okay. Oh, we never set the state of that element either. Crap. We're gonna have to do that too. I mean, the caps filter shouldn't need a state. I don't know. We might have to play with it. All right. Let's try and run this way again. We're probably still going to get that same error. But I mean, if it works, then hey, well, what do we even need that for? Okay, there we go. Add our mixer, add our output, add our input. Yeah, okay. So let's see whether this even plays real quick. Okay. So we don't even really need that element. I'm not sure why it's there. Okay. Well, while we're at it, let's also remove, because why add latency? Because we also have our AAC parse. I don't think we need this either. So we're going to remove that too. Okay. It has lights. Oh, this stream. Yeah, nobody plays with them as much anymore. Come on. Do you think this will be done in time for the conference? I don't know. I'm actually, to be honest, Stupak, I am starting to get concerned that if I can't figure out a couple of the bigger issues and get to a point, probably, I don't know, there's what, 6 weeks until the conference. So I guess if in the next 2 weeks I can get most of these bigger issues solved, and it's just sort of like refining things and just really beating on it to make sure that we can make it solid, then I think we can make it. If I'm still struggling with some of this stuff in the next 2 weeks with like weird jitter issues or sizing issues and things like that, then we probably need to be more concerned. Okay, so we don't have the mixer here. Add our mixer. Add our output. Add our input. Okay, yeah, so those elements aren't really needed. So let's just commit that. And we're still getting these DTS issues. Output. Remove unnecessary, I can never spell this word, elements from output. Okay, so we did miss setting the state here of our scale, right? And then I guess, do we also need to set it on our caps filter? I don't know whether we need to. Guess it's not gonna hurt, caps filter. All right, let's try this again. Okay. What are you sorry for, Stupak? We've got some contingency plans. You know, some of them, you know, might require some work, but you know, we can use OBS, we can script it. There's other things we can do. This would definitely be the coolest way to do it, if it can be done in time. But oh, asking the stressful questions, yeah. But yeah, we definitely have contingency plans. You know, this is the ideal thing that we would like to use if we can make it happen. But also, you know, there's some stuff that I want to do for that we need this for work as well. So there's also sort of the stress of solving for that problem too. Okay, yeah, so we still have a negotiation issue. I need a better way of debugging these negotiation issues. Reason not nego. Let's look at our pipeline and see what we're working with and see whether we can't figure out. So, which source is it? It is our so at what point do we have negotiation issues, right? Like none of this should matter, right? So my guess is it's somewhere in here. Does it matter which order scale and convert go in? Changing your channel to Wozilla? Okay, so our caps filter is coming in here, right? And we can see it on the other side. Well, this is on the other side of the mixer. Where's our caps filter there? Oh, do we need a video rate? So this might be our issue, right? So right here is our caps filter. let's put a video rate in there too, because maybe the negotiation issue isn't actually color and this. Okay, let's try that real quick. Video scale. Video scale. Okay, so rate. What order are they on the other side of the mixer? We have a caps filter on the other side of the mixer. Wait a second. No. Now I'm confused. So we have a convert, a scale. Wait a second. So here's our caps filter. On this side, we have video scale, video rate, video convert. Does it matter that these are in different rates? Does that adjust itself? I don't know. Okay, let's just see if we can add a rate here. I mean, it's worth a shot. I don't know what the frame rate of this is. I guess we could do, let's check that really quick. Inside our main Intel. All right, if we do a GST discover on this, we don't know what the frame rate is? Interesting. All right. Well, we're gonna try this anyway. I mean, it's worth a shot. All right. So here's our video rate. Rate. Video scale. Video rate. Video rate. Okay. Right. Okay. These freaking compile times are killing me now. I kind of want to separate the HTTP logic from the mixer into completely different crates or packages or something, just so that I don't have to deal with, well, I mean, I have to test it anyway, but okay. Cross your fingers. Add mixer. Add output. Add input. That looks good. Sweet. Okay. So that's fixed. One issue down. I mean, we still have some of this jitter stuff too. Those are going to be the things that are going to like be the hardest to track down. So here's a question. So we fixed this now. Should we work on other bugs or should we try to do picture in picture? This refactor would also be nice to handle too. The other thing we can do too is, how's everybody feel about being that this is sort of the same thing, should we also just go ahead and input or configure all of these things on the output as well? Oh, the other thing we should do too with the caps filter right now is we also need an audio caps filter. So let's go ahead and do that too. What if picture-in-picture brings in more bugs that might be the fault from other bugs? Yeah, it's possible. We're like 90% there. The compositor that we're using as our mixer already has support to give it the XY coordinates of where we want our thing to be. And we're already configuring the input size. So that's why I was thinking that. But I think we have enough work to do here, because now we still need to implement the caps filter for the audio so that we can change the volume and things like that on our audio, so that if an input is louder than another one, we can configure that to sort of get the levels right. It's possible maybe in the future we can try to automatically detect these things and normalize the level. That would actually be ridiculously cool. If we could say like, hey, I recognize this new input coming in has a much louder volume than the current thing. You know, let's change its volume to get it there. Okay. So here's our audio caps filter. Where's our caps filter? On our mod audio caps filter. All right, so we need this. Wait, no, we need volume. Do we need this? We don't need that. We just need volume. I think we're gonna, I don't know. We're gonna leave this alone for now, because this right now is really just changing the format of things. I guess later if we need to differentiate between stereo and mono, we can. So let's actually go back into our input and change this to volume. And then let's go to where our audio cue is defined. I'm gonna add that here. Okay. Volume. Resample. Ah. Volume. All right. Now we need to go back up to we're going to need to implement this stuff for our other types too. All right, let's just, we'll just make our way through it. So where's our resample? Right, where do we set the volume? Oh, this is output. Okay. Where's this getting it from? Oh, it's getting it from the config. So we're still doing an unwrap, so we're gonna want to do something different there later, but for now. Is that gonna blow up on us? So I chose Rust because GStreamer has really good bindings in Rust written by the GStreamer developers. And I didn't really want to write anything in C or C++ because I'm not terribly good at it and I would have to learn it better. And so I figured at that point, if I needed to learn a language, it might as well be Rust instead of learn C or C++ better. And lots of the people I know who are in the Rust and C++ world said, you know, if they were starting a new project, it would all be in Rust. That they only are using C++ for projects that like they already are working on. Okay, so we've got a couple of issues here. Volume, volume, volume. Wait a second. Did we do a volume set state? No, I'm forgetting what I was doing. Volume, 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 volume. No, I don't see any set state. There we go. Volume. Okay. So this should all work for here. There was something I was missing. No, so we already have it coming from the config. So we need to implement this for our two other input types, right? For test and fake. So so here's our URI. Let's take a look at test and fake. Well, I guess fake doesn't really matter, right? I don't think any of this stuff is going to matter for fake because I don't think it actually produces data. So fake should be okay. So we do want to implement it for our test sources though. And then it also brings up the question, we have like our whole test source hard coded here in the mixer. We could refactor that to use the input package itself. And then we don't have as much duplicate code. Okay, so we need our caps filter. I don't know how much of this we have, so let's just grab video convert all the way through here. And let's go to where our impl test, okay. Do we need all of this? I guess we would know the second we tried to configure all of this. Rust is a compiled language, yes. And it has a lot better memory safety than C or C++. Do we want to implement all of this? Maybe what we should do is we have all this stuff here, right? This background video stuff inside this whole check here. That is basically all of the logic I think that we need for the test source, right? We got to convert our scale. We should probably also add our rate as well. Oh, and we have an issue too here with our naming. I forgot about that. We don't have anything. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of refactoring. C++ is too big to fail. They're gonna get a government bailout. All right, so we'll set our video rate here. Video rate. Video rate. Okay, so that should do that. Yeah, we've got a bunch of refactoring to do. Maybe that's what we should just do today. There's an NSA key in Windows, so take care of what you say. Good thing I'm in Linux. Okay. So All right, let's test this really quick, and then we will commit it before we kind of do like a really gnarly thing. Because I think what I want to do... no, so we need to do one more thing. I'm like totally confusing myself here. So in order to finish this, we do need to come in here and make it grab whatever the mixer config is. Rather than the default. So let's do this, and then we'll test it, then we'll commit it, and then I think what we need to do probably is grab this whole background video here and pull it up into input here. Then I think we also need to do some refactoring because some of our naming conventions here end up being reused inside of a pipeline. However, those might be fixed when we do the other refactor that we want to do. Okay, let's one thing at a time. Let's fix this first. So we need to S or T, H, and E is silly. Can't you see? Dude, what game is it from? I don't know what that's from, Seppi. Okay, so this is our config, but we do need to grab our mixer. So I think we need to move this up here. Let mixer equal and then I guess we need like an unwrap, or which one's the result? No, it's okay or, right? Okay or, right? Ah. That returns back an okay. Oh, it's just or. And we need to pass it the result. I guess we would want to pass it. No. I never played Wolfenstein. Alright, so we have the lock here, but we need to... We effectively need to do this, right? We need to return this up here. So I guess if we just wrap this in a if mixer dot, we don't want unwrap. Okay. Does that return a bool? No, it returns back an option. So it would be what? Is none? Is that what we want? Okay. No method is none for enum. Okay, so we need to do an okay is none. Okay. And then that means at this point, we can just say mixer unwrap, right? Mismatch types. Expect a string found standard result. Wait, what? says it returns back an option. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, so that's a result. Is okay. Okay, there we go. And so this is still... I thought you could unwrap a result. Wait a second. Mixer string. Oh, it wants the name of the mixer, which we overrode from here, right? So this should be mixer name. Okay. I was getting confused there for a second. So this should be mixer name. Which is weird because we're calling... Oh, okay. So this isn't an individual mixer. This is still mixers. Okay. I thought this was an individual mixer, and I'm like, why are we passing it its own name? That makes no sense. Okay. There we go. So now we have our mixer. So no, we need to get our mixer here. So let mixer equal mixers dot unwrap dot. We know that won't fail. We don't have the ability to get a mixer out of here? Hold on. Mixers. Mixers. What is the... Oh, mixers is in HTTP. Mixers. Okay. So we do have the ability to get the mixers off of there. So let's see, in our handlers. I think probably the better way of doing this is probably saying mixer config and saying config and mixer name, right? I don't want to have to know too much about the internals of this. So mixers, nope. Impl mixers. All right. We're gonna have to push this all the way down in. We're gonna have to ask a mixer for its config. And I don't even know whether we're saving the config on the mixer, are we? We are, okay. Okay, so we'll just add all of this. So mixers, we need pub function mixer config name and str, and then we'll return back a result of mixer config. Okay. Okay. So here's our mixer config. I guess what we're going to want to end up doing is, I mean, we're already doing this in like our input add, right? So we don't need... All right. We don't need a mutable version of this, so let's remove that. And here, we just want to say config, right? And we're still going to map the error. Expected found module mixer. Oh, name. Number of arguments, the type argument expected to found 1. Wait, what? Oh, because we don't have error here. Okay. That was on 122. Okay. The method found for struct can. Oh crap. Okay, so I guess we don't really need that. Config isn't optional, so struct mix. Wait. Oh, it's private. I mean, I suppose we could do crate, right? I still like the idea of not allowing editing of this config. So it is probably much better to go this route. Impl mixer. Okay. Config. Config. Okay. Expected enum standard result. Oh, okay. This is because we need to return back an OK here. Method not found. Wait. And there's 145. Wait, what? HTTP handlers. Mixer. Oh, because this isn't implemented on our HTTP. Wait. Mixer config. Okay. What did we miss? 162 in handlers. Value used here after move. Where did we move it? 162. Wait. Handlers. On 162. Do you have a preference for Rust versus Go when writing certain types of software? Yeah, actually, Sigma. So obviously my opinion is biased. I've been writing Go for like 9 years, so I'm much more productive in it. But I would say that writing a HTTP server, like API, RESTful API in Rust has been sort of troublesome. It's been a lot more work and takes significantly longer to do for me than building it in Go, and I don't just mean like just because I'm more proficient in Go. There's just like weird subtleties in the way it's done. However, there are things that I actually really do like about the language Rust as well. Okay. Move occurs, mixers has type. It's moved due to this method call. Why is it moved there? Okay, I'm confused here. Okay, so it needs to move it here. Where is it moving it to, though? I guess into this, because that's its receiver. So mixers is getting moved in. But up here, it also is moved because of this call. So how do we borrow that then? How do we borrow that?
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Prime, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for the raid, man. I really appreciate that. It is now just me and 250 of my closest friends. Oh, we got lots of follows coming in here. The Alt F4 stream. Pengus. Holy crap, I can't even keep up with all of this. We got some... Alright, hold on. We gotta back it up. Alright. Pengus. Pablo. Ascension. The Zin. Dagobert. Cam. Raindrop Gaming. Dither. Beast Code. D33 Plurn. Snobby7. Stone Trooper X. Thanks so much for the follows. I'm now gonna be saying like names for the rest of the stream.
It appears we have a new follower.
Alright, let's see if I can catch up here. Oh, thanks for the sub, Bisco. Sanders, thanks for the follow. The Alt F4, thanks for the sub. Holy crap, everybody. Bisco, 10 gifted subs, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Dremented, Deagle. Holy crap, Mirikari. We got follows and subs coming in left and right. Thank you all so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
It appears we have a new follower.
Yeah, Bartholomew, I don't know what this is either. This is just crazy. Zadig, Giuseppe. Am I Swedish? I am not Swedish.
It appears we have a new follower.
And now we're gonna have sounds going forever. Envim plus Rust, massive subs. Yeah, so I've been doing Rust for I don't know 2-3 weeks now. I'm mostly Go. I've been doing Go like for 9 years or so. You need to learn what subs gets me. Unranked developer, thanks for the follow.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So, if you are new here, we are working on an RTMP switcher. Do I have the...
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Yeah.
It appears we have a new follower.
So, one of the things I do is I organize GopherCon with Brian Kettleson. And so we need to solve an issue for kind of upping the production value of switching between streams and stuff like that. So partly this is being built for that, and part of this is being built for a project at work, and we're doing it all open source. So what we're trying to create here is like a video switcher. Typically you would have like HDMI cables coming in or SDI cables and things like that, and you would switch between inputs and stuff. So we want to recreate that virtually and create one where we have a bunch of people pushing to individual RTMP stream endpoints, And then we want to be able to pull from those and push them out to one or more outputs. In addition to that, we may want to layer in videos, and we want a scheduler to be able to control all of that. In the future, we'll get to like picture-in-picture and stuff. Some additional things we want to be able to do is say have a backup recording here, and then measure the bit rate between this connection, and if they drop off, then we want to like fail back to the video. Any14 Coffee, thanks for the follow. Garbage Geek, thanks for the follow. I think I'm caught up. I'm also working on an RTMP switcher, but it's bash shelling out to FMPEG. Yeah. So that's what we're working on now. We can do a quick demo. I think no, we are currently broken. We can fix this really quick, and I can give everybody kind of a quick demo. 145. Wait, not here. Handlers. Okay. We're not doing anything with this yet, so we can comment this out, and then we can do a quick demo. I think you are currently in a Twitch ad where they show streamers getting so much support. Alexander, thanks for the follow. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, so as soon as this finishes compiling.
We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Okay, so we're running now. We'll come over here to Postman, and we're going to create a mixer. Right now, we're just going to name our mixer. We're going to set it at 30 frames per second, and we're going to set our dimensions. Then we are going to submit an RTMP endpoint as an output.
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber.
And then we're going to pull in this 480p input. Whoa, not found. Mixer not found. Did we get that on the output too?
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Mixer not found. Okay, I take it back. We're still broken. What did we do here?
Wonders may never
All right, hold on.
We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Let's comment this out really quick. So we're like mid refactor here. So we just have where are we? Mixers dot
we have received a new subscriber.
Lock dot unwrap, I think. There we go. Now let's try it. No, I don't think I have seen those.
We have received a new subscriber, sir.
I wonder how long these audio things are going to go for. Yeah, git stash would have worked too.
We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Okay, here we go. Now we can do it. We'll add our mixer. We're going to add our RTMP output, and now our 480p input that we are going.
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Okay. Have it your way. We are broken. Git stash.
Sir, please. It is not only your reputation at stake here. Do be careful. Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
I need to like turn off the bot for a minute. Oh, no. This is the audio alerts.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
All right, let's disable that for a second. Okay.
Someone finds
Fifth time's the charm. All right.
we have a new follower.
Add the mixer. Add the output. Add the input. All right. Now we can go check this out.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Come on. Oh, because we haven't committed it. So the feature that we're currently working on is actually to solve this, to do the upscaling. So when I stashed it, we ended up removing that. So that's why that's there. So that's currently the feature that we're working on. We got all of the changes made to the input to get it to scale. So what we're currently working on is we're trying to change all of this out so that if you don't supply the dimensions of the input, it's going to look at the mixer and grab it so that it upscales to whatever the size of the mixer's output is.
Someone find you.
Yeah, where's...
Sir? It appears we have a new follower.
I guess I don't have the... I need to set the audio controls for the alert box. I need to set those independently so that I can mess with those. Right now it's just coming through desktop audio. Okay, so let's figure out what we broke here, and then we should be able to commit this feature. So we had an issue here where it's returning back this mixer not found. So
someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Juxt Temzanchik, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we just need to look at this, and maybe this doesn't do what I think it does. So we're getting the lock, and I think we need to actually unwrap this lock and then look at it, I think is our issue. Because that's going to get us back our result. Right? No struct found for a mutex guard. What is on here? Nope, so that does get us our mixer's type. So So, okay, should return back. Is some. No, is none. Oh, wait a second. No. Okay. So this is where we're going wrong. Okay, wait. So mixers isn't our individual mixer. So that's not where this error needs to exist. We need to actually... Let's just do a mixer's lock unwrap here, because this... If this is not... doesn't exist, then we're in big trouble. So this gets us our mixers.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Why are we unwrapping this like 16 times? Okay. Kathleen, thanks for the follow. All right. Private field, not a method on 155. Okay. No method lock. All right. No, I always forget we need to do this. So this needs to do the unwrap, right? Okay, now down here, use of move value mixers, and that is because here, we're moving into here. Let's go look that up. mixer config. No. Mixer config. All right. Why can't we borrow that? Okay, so that doesn't work. So there's this weird issue I still haven't figured out. Like occasionally, like I'll get an error with this mutex guard where basically the lock ends when this line finishes. So you have to assign the result of lock or unwrap to a value. You have to bind it somewhere so that you can use it later. Okay. So we have an issue here though.
It appears we have a new follower.
C Films, thanks so much for the follow. So we have an issue here where cannot borrow mixers as mutable. Oh, okay. Mute mixers. Okay. Now let's see if this works. What is this warning us for? Unused variable. Okay, so now we can remove these defaults here, and we should be able to change this so that we default to our mixer config dot video, right? Oh, we need to unwrap it. Can we just return back an error here? Okay, so here's where we need this. We're just gonna... You go away for a second. So what we need to do now is this could return back an error saying that we don't have a mixer. So what we need to do is match on this. So similar to like what we have here, we want to return back this status code here. Okay. Mixer config, mixer name. So this is going to give us back our result. And so what we're going to want to say is if mixer config dot is error, then we want to return back this. And that's, I think, where I messed up before. Okay, so then here, we're going to shadow it. So we're just going to say mixer config equals mixer config dot unwrap. At this point, we know that it's not an error. We know that it's a regular type. So now we can come inside of here and say mixer config dot video. I think it's just named video, right? Okay. And then mixer config dot audio. Okay. Now let's see if this works. If this works, we'll commit this. This is the start of our okay. Add our mixer, add our output, add our input. Okay. Failed to add elements. So I think we definitely broke something somewhere. Reason not negotiated. What did we break? So what we're going to do is we're going to go look at our pipeline and let's figure out what's missing. Okay, so I'm going to back this up just a little. So this is our URI code bin. This is what's taking the input URL. We've got everything in a playing state. So we do have an issue where so negotiation is basically where we're trying to negotiate the format between two elements. And so it looks like we've got our audio convert here that did not get connected to something else. So I think that our issue is actually when we went, all right, let's close some of this. This is getting out of hand here. Okay, so we just recently added a volume. And I have a sneaking suspicion that's our issue. So one way to do that is, let's remove the volume from the pipeline. And we'll try it again. But yeah, so this is actually a really interesting way to follow all of the components. And if you're new to GStreamer, everything is like elements, right? So we have pads on an element, and those are like solder pads on a circuit board. So a sink is element that data flows to, a source is a pad that data flows from, and they can be push or pull. And when we talk about capabilities or negotiation, this is what we're talking about. So if we find a couple of components, you'll see that, you know, they support GST, inspect, and let's just pick one, like a volume. We can see that these are on the source pads. We have an audio XRAW capability, and these are all the formats it supports. Here's the sample rate, the number of channels, right? And so what happens is what are you doing? All right. Okay. And so what happens is downstream elements will suggest to upstream elements what capabilities they want, and then upstream capabilities will decide what format to use flowing down. And so typically when we have negotiation issues, that means that the pipeline couldn't decide on capabilities that exist on both sides. And I'm not entirely sure why a volume element would break that. However, anybody who was here prior to the raid probably saw this all working. And the only thing we've added since then is the volume. Yep, okay. So now if we come here to our stream preview, we should see it upscale to 1080p. And it'll take a few seconds for it to kick in. There we go. So there's our 480p upscaled to 1080p. And it is definitely our volume that's giving us our issue. And now I know I have a volume element in the pipeline coming out of our mixer. So now I'm not entirely sure why that is. So one thing that we could do is we could try to move it in the pipeline, maybe even before we convert it and resample it. Zhawk, thanks so much for the follow. All right, so let's move it up and get it right off of the source. All right, we're gonna move you up to here, volume. Okay, so all right. Oh, here's where we link. Crap. So we're gonna need to go to a different place if we want it to exist here. So oddly, what happens with this URI code bin is, because we don't know what type of source this is till we process the URL, we can't possibly know what pads are going to exist on it. So we have this like callback here that is executed every time a new pad is found. So inside of here, what we're doing is, if the pad type starts with audio XRAW, we know we have an audio pad. So we grab the sync pad off of it, and then we end up linking it. So what we need to do now is our source pad. Wait, where's the audio? So we want to actually give this our volume now. So now whatever pad comes once we discover the video, we're going to try and connect it directly to the volume control before we do anything else with it. I'm not entirely sure this is going to fix our negotiation issues, but it might. It's possible that we've already converted the audio to something that the volume doesn't support. There are some crazy logs we can look at to try to figure out what the issue is, but I'm just going to do this first. All right, add our mixer. Add our output. Add our input. Okay, so that still doesn't work. So let's try and figure this out. Let's do a GST inspect on our volume. Dr. Dumenberg, thanks so much for the bits, man. Okay, so let's look through this and try and figure out what our issue is. So it looks like we can support 32-bit float, Little Endian, 64-bit, 8-bit strings. Okay, so it looks like we have less options here. Let's go look at our pipeline here. So we are actually trying to connect our Vorbis decoder here. GST Vorbis decode. So let's try to compare these. So let's do a GST inspect Vorbis decode. And so we need the sync. Okay, so this is an F32 Little Endian. Okay. So we do have F32 Little Endian here. So is our issue somewhere else? What's it trying to connect to on the other side? It was our audio convert, right? Volume. Yes. So let's look at that. GST inspect audio convert. Okay, so we do support F32 Little Endian here too. So I'm not sure. Let's GStreamer debug negotiation. I don't think we don't have an audio caps filter. Oh, we do on the mixer. Caps filter. So we do have one on the mixer coming in. And here we're trying to force S32 Little Endian. So another thing we could try and do is remove that caps filter and see whether we can get it to negotiate on its own. Here. We don't have any real reason for enforcing this yet. I was just putting it there as a starting point. I love how these little features turn into like a ton of debugging. All right. Add mixer. Add output. Add input. Okay. So it's still an issue. So it has nothing to do with this. So where's our negotiation issue? Oh, wait. Not linked. Not linked. What did we miss that we didn't link? Oh, okay. So here's what's not linked. Let's go look at our pipeline and see what's just like hanging. This isn't linked. Okay, so maybe that last fix didn't actually work. So all right. Well, no, can we? The source is. Oh, no. Okay, so this is the URI decode bin, so that doesn't really matter. Audio convert is the place where we're going to attach the pad we find on this end, and on the other end, we're going to connect volume. So it's in the pipeline. No, volume's there. Okay. We're missing something from here. We've got resample, we've got our queue, we've got... I swore it was a negotiation issue before. Maybe there's some reason that the pad failed to link. All right, add input. Reason not linked. All right, let's look at a diff of this and try to figure out what we're missing here. Mixer input. Okay. This is just us taking in our... Okay, so we did add video scale, video rate, video caps, and volume. Okay. Video scale, video rate, video caps. Okay. And our volume. We're adding it here. Is it not getting linked here? Is that our issue? No, because we're not throwing back an error here, at least that I see. All right, let's try this again. I'm just gonna go and remove volume again. Here I was thinking this would be a quick task. Okay, so that is working. So clearly our issue is, for whatever reason, this link is not working. And I'm not entirely sure why. Because we're not getting any errors. And if we look at here, we do have a volume element in here. Wait a second. Oh, okay, so this is on the other side. Oh, wait a second. Is that failing because the name is already taken? Is it that simple? It may be that simple. Crap. Okay, so let's try this really quick. I'm gonna be so mad if this is all it is. Okay, so we need name as str, right? Okay. Try again. All right, everybody cross your fingers. Add mixer. Ah. Add output. Add input. That's all it was. That's all it was. We had duplicate names. Ah, you gotta love stuff like that. All right, perfect. Okay, so that's fixed. Where do we leave off here? Where do we leave off here? Did we finish the handler? That's where we were. Yes, we did. Okay, so we can commit this. What ticket number was this? Number 41. Git status, git add? No. No. Ah. Because main, I don't think we did anything important, and I think that's just where I have some debug code in there. Okay, so fixes number, no. Add ability to configure audio and video on URI input. All right. So now I think that we do need to probably implement this on our other input types And then I also think that we need to configure something like this on our outputs too, because I think it's quite reasonable to assume that our outputs might want different resolutions and things like that. So one way to get this on our input would be right now inside of our mixer, we have this background video, right? And so this is already doing all of this stuff with the caps filter as well as the volume. So I think one way to do this would be to just move this out and then have our mixer use the input from there. So let's do that. Okay. Fake we're gonna ignore for now. Let's go to our implementation of test. Okay. So we are going to paste all of that. Okay. I don't know that we need any of the other stuffs. No, we will. Okay. Dr. Dumenberg, this probably has to be one of my favorites off of Pretzel Rocks. Okay. We don't need the mixer there. Yeah, I like this song. All right. And we're not going to link it to the mixer. Actually, let's remove that. Wait. Okay. Let's just remove all of this. And we're going to need to go into link, and we're going to dump all of this here. And this can be self.video. Yep. Self. I can't freaking type. Self. We don't need any of this. And we need to link. All right. Okay. This is all going to fail because these don't exist yet. Yeah, I know you don't exist. No. This is going to be video. Okay. And then same thing, this is just going to be self.audio convert. And this is just going to be audio. Okay. All right, so now we need to go through, and I'm just going to copy all of these. And we're going to have to find our type. So it's struct test. All right. let's replace and self dot with nothing. Trailing characters. Can I not use and? Okay. Have it your way. Okay. I should just record this and play it back, but... Okay. Okay, so now we have all of our elements here. We still need to... Oh, we don't have a config now. So this needs to bring in a config, and this is going to be a mixer config. Jang, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so now we have this coming in. We need to format all of this.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
JP, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so we're going to need to change all of this stuff out. So let's just add a to-do here. To-do, change element names to use name from config. Otherwise, we're going to have clashes with things. Okay, so for now, we'll do this. This should all work. It's going to yell at us here, though, because we have missing elements, right? Audio background. Missing fields audio background. What? No. We already had audio. Okay. Now it's missing. Audio cue. Audio resample. Audio. We need to change like to be more consistent naming too, because I've got some underscores here. I've got some jammed together stuff. But right now I'm gonna go for working proof of concept, and then we will go for consistent naming. All right, what else is missing? Video convert, video rate. I can't find value name in the scope. Oh, config.name. Okay. Do we even need name up top here if we have a config? We might need to change that. So we do need a video scale. And then we need a, let's just call it video caps filter. Okay. And I just wrote this code a few weeks ago and I can't remember what any of it does. I feel like that every day of my life. Okay, so now we just need to... Okay. Audio resample convert queue. Okay. And this should be self.video. Wait, no, wait, what? No, this is just video. Do we need and video here? Okay. Same thing here. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to set state on all these too. Okay. So so we need to set state still. We need to unlink still. Even with comments, sometimes I still get confused reading old code. I tried. Yeah. Yeah, and this code for me is actually getting kind of confusing just because I'm refactoring left and right now. Just because I think coding on stream is slightly different because sometimes I err on the side of like making more progress to see visible things, and then I try like off stream to clean things up and stuff. Okay, although not right now, not with the Rust code anyway. Okay, so we need to unlink. So right now we need to... Well, no, I guess in our unlink... we do this, right? So we need our impl test and our unlink here, right? Okay, so I guess we just need to find our add many here. Okay, and then inside of our unlink, we can just replace that. That should get our unlink working. So what else do we have left? Oh, we need our set state. So let's just bring in all of this for reference. All right. So we have video, we have audio. Okay. So we need 3 of these. Audio convert, audio resample, and audio cue. Okay. Let's get rid of those. All right. And then here we need video convert and video scale and video rate and video caps filter. Okay. Oh, we don't have our cargo watch going on here either. Could be. Oh, that's okay. Okay. That's on our handlers. What line was that? 160. And that's just because it's expecting a config. And that's okay. Okay. Borrowed here after move. On line 352. Wait, what's borrowed after move? Borrow of a moved... Oh, because we don't want to do that until after here. Video, audio. Yeah, we almost added it twice. I'm sometimes guilty with that too, but usually front end stuff, back end, hell no, because I know myself being forgetful. You're talking about just kind of scrambling through stuff to get it working and... Okay, so... Oh, we haven't even ran tests. Yeah, we're going to have some failing tests. I didn't think about all of this. We didn't think to check our tests before. So we'll just fix the tests as part of this. That to do can go away. Okay, so inside of here, we should theoretically be able to get rid of this. And we're linking it to the audio mixer and the... Wait a second. So we're getting our test source, and then we're linking the cue to the mixer. Okay. So in theory... Okay. So we're gonna need to move this. So let's grab this and say let mixer equal that. And then we're going to return back mixer here. And then inside of here, we should be able to say mixer dot add input. Nope. Input add. Okay, and we just need that input. So let's see. So we need background equals input test new, right? And then I guess we can just pass it the current config. No. We're going to need to create our own config. Let's call a config here. And that's a result. Rust is just a copycat. Whitespace is the must-learn language, right? Does Rust have a GUI library? It has bindings for GTK and Qt, so you could do that, which is probably what most people do. Okay, so this is our background. We do need to set our config though. So our config, we're going to say equals config, and the name we're going to call background dot toString. Okay. And this should just yell at us about missing fields. Right? Yeah, okay. And so for audio, we're going to just give it our config dot audio, and then we're going to do the same thing for video. We may need to change that. Oh, no. We definitely need to create our own here. So we're going to pass it the same video config, but for audio, we need to pass our own thing here. We need a mixer config, mixer audio config, and we need to tell it volume is going to be 0. Except this is probably going to yell at me because it's not a float, right? There are other UI options that not dependent on bindings too. Iced is one of them, I think. Oh, cool. Louise, I'd like to see that too. So there are type definitions for variables in the cases where it's not implicit, right? So in certain cases, right? So if I say let config equal this struct literal, it's very easy for the compiler to infer the type of config from the right-hand side, right? However, in some cases, you know, I might be returning a value that implements a trait or something like that, and then the compiler would have no way of being able to infer what the type is at compile time. The other thing is too, right, saying something like let a equals 5. Well, it can infer that I want an int32 here, but what if I wanted it to be unsigned, right? So in that case, I would want to explicitly tell the compiler, hey, I actually want that to be an unsigned 32. Does that make sense? Okay, so what are we complaining about here? Failed to resolve undeclared module. Oh, because we. Wait, where are we at? No, we are in mixers, so we just need audio config. Okay, mismatched types. What's our issue? Oh, it's expecting an option. Right. So we need to give it some. Okay. So now we've set up our config. We're defaulting to the same resolution and everything as our, and frame rate as our mixer is, but we're setting the volume of our source to 0, which reminds me, we need to go check in on that because we copied this over. So, not here. We're just setting it to 0 here, right? So let's mark this and let's go to here. There we go. Wait. Oh, interesting. Do we not need a volume? Now I'm confused. So we don't even have a volume element here. Do we even need that? I guess there's one way to find out. Have I already started the PS5 emulator in Rust? I have not. I have not. So let's remove this and see what happens. Let's just set it on. Well, I don't know. No, let's leave it here. I'm going to leave it alone here because for this element, we have some weird issues with the pad types and things like that. Oh, we also have issues where we may have things that are not, that do not contain video or audio, right? We may have instances later where we want to include a video or a sound file. All right, let's see. So I guess let's go through these one by one. 268. So we don't actually need these, right? Because we can just set it on our test source. And if you're new here, the reason we have like this whole background input, it's basically just playing a black screen and a sine wave at 0 volume. And the reason for that is we need to keep something flowing at all times while we swap out our inputs and outputs. At any point, if we lose data coming in or we lose a place for it to flow to, our pipeline shuts down. So we are getting around that by basically just putting at layer 0, z-index 0, we're just putting a black, feed and then playing that sine wave. 251. When does the PS5 come out anyway? Is that Christmas? All right, this is still hopefully our implementation of no. Crap. What is this? No. We removed it from the wrong place. Volume. You need to stay. Crap. I think I removed it all from the wrong place. I am really tempted to... Yeah, I did. Crap. All right, let's back up a second. Okay. So... this is fine. It's the other ones that are at issue. It is in our pub struct test. Oh, we don't have volume in there. Okay. We're fine here. Okay, so input add expected. Right. Okay, so this is. We need to pass in background here, right? Isn't Sony like the worst company to do that? Also, Eric, what are your thoughts on Microsoft buying Bethesda? To be completely fair, I don't know much about Bethesda. I don't do a ton of gaming. I used to. Nowadays, I'm just so busy. I wish I had more time to do gaming. But so, I mean, I think Microsoft's doing awesome things with a lot of technology. So, I mean, I don't see an issue with it. But anybody in the gamer world would know, have a much better, more valuable opinion, I should say. Okay, on line 109 on our mixer mod, what do we got going on? Config video. Wait a second. Config has type mixer which does not implement the copy trait. Value moved here, then used here. Oh, okay. So, can we clone this? Well, really, we should be able to clone this, right? That would fix our issue. I don't think it has that on there, so let's mark this. No, we do have cologne.
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So can we just put copy on here? Thanks for the follow, Tony. Can we just put copy there? Does that work? No. Apparently it does not. Trait copy may not be implemented for this type. Okay. So that doesn't work. And we can't clone this? Oh, because we now need to supply the name. Okay. There we go. Cannot borrow mixer as mutable. Let mute mixer. I am from Tampa, Florida. I'm assuming you're asking like where I live. I was born in a town outside of Rochester, New York. And I spent half my life there and half my life here. I don't know that we're looking for like a history of how I got here or just like where I live now. Brazil, awesome. Okay. We're compiling. So now I guess let's see if this works. So we're just going to try to add a mixer to this and see whether we get our black screen playing. And if we do, then we can commit this. And we should probably fix our tests. Am I still barbecuing a lot? I did a couple weeks ago. I did brisket and pulled pork and stuff like that. But yeah, I actually when this project's done, I would actually love to get back to the barbecue controller that I was working on too. All right, add our mixer. That worked. Add an output. Now let's go check out the stream preview and see whether we just get our black screen. If we do, then all is well. McCann, you live near Rochester. Awesome. Where? Oh, you live near Buffalo now. Nice. All right, look at that. It works. Okay, so let's fix our tests and then we'll commit this. Okay, so most of these are in main, which we know about. Okay, so on 203, wait, which mod? HTTP. That's not it. HTTP 203. So what's our issue here? Oh, it's expecting an option, so we need some here. Same thing here. Okay. On the outside, on the way to Syracuse. Okay. Yeah, I lived both in like the Warsaw and outskirt area there, and like Geneseo type area for a little while too, where Letchworth State Park is, and then I lived near Henrietta for a little while. Where are we failing now? Missing audio and video on 301. Okay, wait. So let's take this and come here, and we should be able to just drop them in place. Kediamet, thanks for the follow. I'm hoping that's how you pronounce your name. Kedia or Kedia? Okay. Test. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, so we clearly have some sort of issue here, and I'm not entirely sure what these are. What was our full thing that we did here? This is just us refactoring out. Oh, near Ithaca, okay. I don't even know where to begin looking for this. Can we just test? Cargo test, input, get. Is that the one that failed? Okay, so it is the input get. So none of the other ones failed? Let's try input remove. Okay. So it's all of those. What about like output get? And that one doesn't even look like it finishes. Okay, we have issues. And what about like output remove? Okay. So I think we're going to have to work through some of these issues. Oh, you're Turkish. Okay. All right. Well, our tests are compiling. So let's just commit this as it stands now. HTTP. We've certainly committed it in more broken states. So let's just say refactor background video/audio into input test. Okay. We're going to push that up. And then I am going to use the restroom really quick. And then I guess we'll try to see whether we can start figuring out what these issues are with our tests, because they're probably going to show us some other holes that we have in our logic. The other thing I still want to do is I want to refactor these things out to use inner source sync and stuff, or inner video source and syncs. Try the Rust debugger in VS Code. Well, I don't think the debugger is going to help us here. There's something that we're doing with our other stuff. So we're going to try a couple things. Let me use your restroom real quick, and then we'll try a couple things. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys fix it yet? Chair raid? Okay. So, I guess let's start, let's just try one. Test, input, add. Is that working? Okay, so it does look like we're kind of stuck here though, right? So this is one issue. I don't know whether Vega is still here, but we definitely have some blocking happening, right? So let's look at our test input, add. You probably don't want to use a synchronous mutex in async code. Where's that, Musin? How do you do to enhance your audio? What do you mean, Tony? Are you referring to just like the audio quality coming from my mic? So yeah, I mean, most of this is I already have sort of like a deep full voice, and I suppose I could actually turn off the stuff down here if you wanted to hear a difference. But that combined with a dynamic microphone makes a huge difference. And then I have a couple of things like compression, which takes the lower levels and brings them higher, and takes the higher levels and squeezes them down to kind of keep like a consistent volume level as I talk. So even if I talk a little quieter, right, or a little louder, the volume doesn't really change much for you, but the effect does. And that's a lot of what you get there. But yeah, a little compression goes a long way. And then, I mean, I have some other stuff too, like a noise gate and things like that too, but none of that will affect the way you hear it. It just sort of affects whether when I'm not talking, you hear kind of room noise and things like that. Okay, let's catch up. What's Musin saying? It's waiting to acquire can stall a task executor thread. which will stall other tasks in that future hierarchy. I don't know if it's the problem here, just general advice. Love the matrix effect. What matrix effect? Okay, so what mutexes do we have here? And Musim, what would your... So you're talking about where we're using the sync mutex here? You're saying that we should be using something different here. What should I be using in place of this sync mutex? Currently, I've only ever used the like synchronization primitives and things like that from the sync package. Okay, yeah. So Tokyo provides async mutexes and rewrite blocks. Okay, let's Tokyo mutex. When the cat walks by twice, your stream is stuttering. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, so we're saying here, we don't care about this, that we want to use Tokyo sync mutex. Hey Prime, what's going on? Welcome back. Thanks so much for the raid, man. I can't tell you how much that's kind of changed my day. It's been a rough couple of days. I swear last time I was on this stream, chat was telling about Tokyo mutexes as well. Yeah, I think somebody had mentioned it, but I think they said for this particular use case that it may not be necessary. It's mostly a drop-in replacement, except you .await the lock and you don't need to unwrap it. Okay. So, let's do it. That sounds like the startup to a spy exchange and get smart. When the cat walks by twice, the stream is stuttering. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we just had kind of a major thing happen in the family Monday night, and it's probably not something I want to talk about on stream, but yeah, it's kind of thrown a wrench in everybody's week. Okay, so we changed that out, except now we need to find everywhere we call lock on this thing, right? And then do an await, you said? No? Oh, because these aren't async functions. Okay, okay. So, but can I use this if I'm going to use it inside of functions that are not? What is lock return? It returns back a mutex guard. So I just call await on it then. I'm going to make sure future. Yeah, so this isn't going to work for this then. Contrary to popular belief, it is okay and often preferred to use the ordinary mutex from the standard library in asynchronous code, but then you have to worry about having the lock between await calls. So I guess we have sort of a... I guess this would create an issue though, because some of these functions are async and some of them are not. Does that mean that I need to change all of these to be async functions? Because right now I think there's sort of a mixture between them. That would make it easier. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know whether they need to be from the start, right? Because each connection is already going to be in its own thread, and then that would call the synchronous code. Okay, what is this complaining about? Mismatch type self mixers clone. Oh, okay, so wait a second. Mismatch types. Filters. Oh, okay, we need to change our filters. Filters. And here, sync mutex. You go away. All right, why are you still complaining now? Filters, routes. No, this should be fixed now. Wait, why do you still... No. Tokyo. Yeah, I mean, the lock contention should be pretty low because there shouldn't be a lot of simultaneous requests to the API server. But again, this isn't just, building it for that use case. It's really nice to learn on the fly and kind of understand when it's appropriate to use different things. Okay, so, this is all our errors that it's... Okay, so we also need to change it in handlers then. Handlers. Okay. Okay, so now we should... This is going to be a massive refactor. All right, so let's do it. Wait, which one? Where are we going to start? HTTP mod. This is HTTP mod, okay. 114. Async function. Yeah, you're right. I should just do a search and replace. And that needs to be async. You really need to learn Vim. I guess I would have assumed that you were a Vim user, Potatoes. What do you use for an editor? Okay. Where are we at now? Handlers. Oh, we already have handlers open. On 120. Well, I guess we can just do the same thing here, right? Oh, no, because it's on a new line. 412, 341, 412. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I should have caught that. Yeah. All right. Vim is harder to learn than Rust. I don't know about that. So, I use VS Code on Windows when I can. I'm planning to change to Linux. I like learning. Yeah, okay, so false. I think Prime's agreeing with what I'm about to say. Yeah, I think Vim is probably much easier to learn than you probably think it does. And so through the years that I've used it, and Estudente, thanks so much for the follow. So in the years that I've used Vim and I've helped coworkers adopt Vim, the common misconception is that people think you have to memorize, you know, all of these crazy key combinations to be able to do anything in Vim. And that's just untrue, right? So get your basic movements down, you know, H and L to move left and right, J and K to move up and down, right? Then you need I to insert. If that's all you have, you're at a starting point, right? And then you're going to slowly add to that and pick up one thing a day or a week at whatever rate you pick that up. You know, then you start learning, well, I inserts before the cursor and A is after. Well, then you have variations of that. A capital I will insert at the beginning of the line, capital A, and some of these things are like super intuitive. You'll start picking those things up, and you'll start learning O opens it underneath. But you don't need all of these, right? Like if you were to watch, I don't know, say Prime and I use Vim and do the exact same thing, you'll find we use completely different key combinations for things because you'll just sort of develop muscle memory for things. And once you've become efficient and you can do something really fast in 3 keystrokes, there's not as much benefit to getting down to 2, so you kind of get lazy. But the big thing to remember when learning Vim, though, is if you pay attention to any Vim command is just constructed of a couple of pieces, right? So you have a multiplier first, the number of times this thing is going to happen. Then you have a command, right? And then you have, you know, some sort of modifier to it, right? So let's use an example. If I said DD, that's delete and align, right? Well, if I said 2DD, that's deleting 2 lines. Well, I could also change this to W, and that means word, right? So delete to the end of the word, right? Well, C is also a command. That's change. So that just puts me in insert mode afterward. So once you sort of learn that you just have 3 components, well, once you learn a modifier, you can apply that to any command you know. Once you know a command, you know how to kind of shift that command slightly. And so you're just slowly picking up these things a little at a time. Let's see. Scrolling back. Just press I and start typing. If you can't type, then press I again. Build up that muscle memory. It took me like a week to get Vim going. Then you just keep adding on to it every day. Yep, exactly. I need mappings that don't require control because I don't have that key. I see you don't use Emacs then. I do not use Emacs. You don't have to use control. Let's see. I kind of struggle to configure and use Vim plugins like auto completion, LSP. You pick up those things a little at a time. You'll watch somebody else use Vim. You'll look at their configs. You'll borrow some stuff. I have some stuff that's been in my Vim config for years that probably should be removed. Let's see. You actually have a fork of Rust C that has a special feature, screaming case, where it ignores case sensitivity and requires me to only write in caps. Yeah, and you know, all of the tools that Prime and stuff have been working on is really awesome for helping learn Vim as well. I think over on my bookshelf over there, I might have Practical Vim too. That's if you're a book person, that's a decent place to start. All right, so we still have a few more to fix in here. 370. This needs to be an await. And 303. We're going to have to fix a lot of these. Wait, I swore I did a substitution on it. Lock, unwrap. Okay. Why are those not getting picked up? I did a search and replace. Lock. Substitute lock, unwrap. Oh, duh. Percent. Okay. Are we compiling now? All right, I don't know if this is going to fix our issue with the tests, but... Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have... I think this is just in all our test code. No, it's in our HTTP mod. HTTP mod. Okay. I was literally typing percent. Oh, yeah. I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll forget to put the second G and it'll only replace the first. And yeah. Okay, so... All right, so we have a few instances that were not caught by the search and replace. Oh, and that's because all of these async functions here we need to replace. Okay. So why is that not failing? Is this only because we're only calling the code from our tests? Let's go up. All right, let's just walk it in order of where our errors are. Get bad latency? Oh, I have that sometimes too, and oddly, it'll be weird. I'll have less latency over like my LTE connection on my phone, and then I'll like get home or something, and I'll turn on my computer that's hardwired to a 1 gig connection, and the phone will be ahead of time. All right, we're just gonna walk this because there's clearly... Well, I thought there was more errors in it. There we go. All right, so we need an await here.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Ali, thanks so much for the follow. All right. Can you explain how the code is getting to libav? It seems you need this wrap thing to wrap GStreamer, which is self-using. So no, libav and GStreamer are two separate libraries that do similar things. There are some GStreamer elements that use libav. I don't believe I'm using any of those though. So GStreamer is its own library. It's I don't want to call it a competitor. They're open source, but It's just designed in a different way, right? So libav is really designed as a library, and you sort of have to stitch everything together, whereas GStreamer is meant to kind of design pipelines and how do we chain these things together. And it has some logic inside of there for being able to do things like map connections as they're discovered, or what's some other stuff that it does? Clock synchronization, so it sort of tries to like negotiate a clock between elements and things like that. Things that are like traditionally hard to do. Trying to build your own like players and streamers and stuff like that using like libav directly. Yeah, Warp is like you make HTTP APIs with it, but I don't know whether I would call it a framework. It's like a bunch of macros that make you hate life. I can't tell you how much I've fought with that just to get it to like return a status code sometimes, but a JSON body other times and stuff like that. But we figured it out. It's just not super intuitive, and I feel like it uses a bunch of odd language features. So being new to the language and trying to dive into that has definitely been complicated. I mean, it's fast. I will totally give you that. It is fast, and I feel like if you know Rust better, it probably wouldn't be as much of a struggle. But for me, at my current knowledge level of Rust, it definitely is a struggle. Okay. Houston, I think you were one of the people this stream who's brought up the Tokyo lock. And somebody else did another stream. Does anybody have like a link to a post or something where I can kind of understand the difference between the mutexes that are a part of Tokyo versus the ones that are a part of the standard library? That is definitely something I would like to understand better. The build product is a binary you're running then. Yes, that's correct. It is a binary. So right now we're just saying cargo run, but if we did a cargo build, yeah, this should compile. It's just the test code that's broken. Oh, the Tokyo docs too? Okay, cool. When I'm off stream, I'll dig that up. Async mutex, sync mutex. Okay, so I guess my understanding of that would be, Musin, that the standard library's mutex is going to block the thread until it can acquire the lock, and then the async mutex would allow for other things to be running. Okay, so it's only in the sense of the async runtime, allowing the async runtime to effectively give CPU time to something else while it's blocked, waiting for the lock. Having not seen Rust before, now the development flow looks a lot like C++, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so now that this is compiled, if we look inside our target directory, debug, you can see this switcher binary that got spit out. You'd think that'd go without say about the mutex. Okay. We should have... I now want to do like a word count on this entire project and see now how many times the word await is in here. Okay. So we still have our error here. Streaming stop, reason not linked. Okay. So we have, there's something here. So let's go look at our fake source. Because there's something that's part of our pipeline that's not linked, which is okay. And then we still have this issue with blocking. So let's figure that out. Which one of these is blocking? Okay. Let's go fix our fake source first. Impl fake. All right, so we're creating this link. We're adding that. So fake source, audio source, fake source, video source. Not linked. So they are linked. So we may need to forcefully generate a debug output for this. Because we only have two elements, right? We have our audio and video, which were created here, fake source and fake source. Audio and video. Okay, so they are inside of our fake sources. We're provided the T's, which... Wait. No. These are the mixers. We're adding our audio and video to the pipeline. And then we're linking our audio to their audio, to the audio mixer, our video to the video mixer. So this should be working. And we're setting the state. Oh yeah, you still have the join. Oh wait, oh, wait. It's in our mixer. There still is the join. No, so this is setting the join handle. So it's on stop. Oh, right. So let's comment this out for right now. Okay. Fix me. So our issue is that on drop, we are calling stop on the pipeline. And okay. I think that's our issue with the blocking. I need to understand this join stuff a little better too. Okay. So we no longer have this blocking thing, but we do have some issues here. So on input get, we do have this not linked. We've had internal stream errors. This is a mess. Okay, but I mean, our test blocking is fine. Join on a thread, join handle will block until that thread exits. It waits for the other threads to join the current one. Wait, what thread is this though? Hold on. So whatever thread calls play is spawning that. Oh, because we never actually shut down the bus. That's our issue. Okay. So So this is inside of our mixer, right? This function here, we never actually hit like end of stream, so we're never breaking this loop, which means that this function never returns, which means that the thread that executed the function never returns, and therefore we block forever. So we need to, in order to fix that issue, we need to find a way to signal this loop to stop. And we may be able to actually just get the pipeline and the bus and then send an end of stream message potentially, which would trigger that. So let's fix a couple of our other issues here though first, and then we'll add that. Let me add a ticket for that just so we don't forget about it. Mixer force watch bus to shut down on stop.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Daniel, thanks so much for the follow. Today has been like a wild day for follows and subs. Holy cow. Microsoft Edge Dev on Linux, it's good enough. Yeah, I mean, it performs just as well as Chromium. I actually have had some cases where Chromium was like slower. So yeah, I mean, not all the features are there yet. Like I can't sign in here to sync my profile and stuff yet, but I mean, it's getting there. But yeah, I mean, it's good enough. I want to say it's supposed to be released soon. There might be a new build for it. I have to look. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to find one of our... Ooh, interesting. So, output remove, mixer list, output remove. Do we see output get in here? Output remove. Input get is here. All right, so test output remove failed. Let's fix our failing test first. Test, no, not you. Test output, no. Test output remove. All right. All right, why are we failing? Did it say... Name. Okay. Well, I don't see the assertion here, right? That's not why that fails. Cargo T test output remove. Oh, it does. 200. 201. So we're checking the status code is supposed to be okay, and we're returning back a 201. That's not right. Let's check our handlers here. Output remove. Oh. All right. I think this is this way. Let's go check input remove too, just to make sure, because they're based off the same logic. It is created. Wait. Hold on. Go back. This should be output removed. Okay. Copy and paste error. Input remove. Wait. Yeah, okay. And this should be input removed. Okay. Okay, so we have some failing tests now. Excuse me. Let's go check it out. Input get. Test. Nope. All right. Test. No. Test. I can't type today. Input get.
Someone finds it interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Is it Sliff SS or Slife SS? Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. So we're getting a 404. So let's just double check here, right? So we have our mixer name is test input get. We're passing it in here. We're creating it by that name. We're adding an input here. Test input get is not there. Okay. Cynical, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so what did we call it? We called it fake source. So we either have an issue with our code or we're not applying the name somewhere. You seem like a cool guy and this seems interesting, so leaving a follow. I like to think I'm a cool guy. I could be wrong. So, but no, it's always appreciated. This has been a lot of fun for me to sort of see how you can take programming and turn it into a social activity too. And, you know, I'm often working on open source and it's usually just me hanging out. So this is like really cool to be able to socialize with people and hang out and have discussions and learn from other people too, which is, I love that. I don't think that, I don't know Rust that well yet, but I do know that I know it a lot better than I would have had I not had everybody helping me. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing science and tech grow and seeing more programmers on Twitch. I think a couple years ago when I first heard about programmers on Twitch, I was like, huh, I don't know whether I got it. And then you start seeing a lot of tech people who get on and it's more webinar style, and that really didn't appeal to me. But after like discovering people who like are building stuff and you're just like hanging out watching them build stuff, that's when it like really clicked for me, like just how cool programming on Twitch is. Why would you write someone watch code? I was actually like the idea of watching somebody write code would probably appeal to me more. I think the couple people that I found, it was typically more like structured learning, like watching a workshop in 1 hour segments. And that didn't appeal to me as much because it was like, well, what if I missed part of the stream, or what if I missed one of the episodes? And it was kind of hard. Watching people code is cool because it's a lot more like watching a sports game, right? Sometimes you get to watch the game and be just fully immersed in it. And other times it's kind of going on in the background while you're doing things, or, you know, you're busy and you just like tune in to check the score periodically, right? So I think programming on Twitch is a lot like that. It's super cool to just pop in, see what people are working on, go off to some meetings, come back and be like, oh, did you figure it out? Doing some things with RTSP at the moment, but haven't used GStreamer. You should check out GStreamer. I find using GStreamer to build multimedia based applications to be much more intuitive. It has its own weird things, but you can do a lot with it. I like trying to figure out what they are doing and where they are going with it personally. Yeah. My current streaming project is Discord alternative in Rust. Got voice and video working, uploads avatars. Wow, iGamer, do you have a link to that? That would actually be really cool to check out. Okay, so let's go look at our input add logic here. So we're actually calling it directly on the server. So we need this one. This is input add. Input add. Well, what's our... Can we look at the output of this? 370. So it's this logic here. I am really curious now. Can we look at the reply? So that's our response. Can we... I guess that would be print line. Print line. We should be able to give it response.body. Is the LSP broken for this? Response, it's bytes. How do we get, can we like toString this? Will that work? Or maybe print line will just do it for us. All right, let's, this is test input get. Cargo T test input get. Nope. What is that? Okay, that will call toString on it. Okay. Cannot be formatted with the default formatter. So maybe we have to manually call toString on it because it doesn't have, this is just me kind of kicking around my knowledge of Rust so far. Is the reason that we might have to do this because there's not a display trait implemented on it? Oh, yeah. Debug. I always forget about this macro. This is like one of my favorite macros ever. I don't know whether Prime's still around and has seen this yet. But yeah, debug is ridiculously cool. Okay. Wait a second. What is this? Is that the body that's returned? Okay, here we go. Response body, fake source input type. Wait, what? Why is it returning back that? You can use to get the debugger representation. You will get display Right. But no, so what I'm trying to understand is this here looks like a config for like submitting an input, like the JSON body that we would have sent. not... Oh, no, no, no. So that's right. Okay, wait. Okay, so this is returning back what it's supposed to. So our problem is actually this input get. Somewhere in here, we're returning back a 404. Test input get. Panic. So we're actually returning back a 404 when we shouldn't, because this is showing us that we actually that it exists. There is a JSON body, so our issue is actually the status code being wrong. So let's go look at that. Wait, no. HTTP mod 371. Wait, no. Handlers. Input get. Okay, so this is saying if we don't get the mixer, we're returning back a 404. But that can't be right because we are actually returning back... Ah, crap. Copy and paste error again. I should not be allowed to copy and paste code. You go away. All right, let's see. Okay, so this is like a pipeline issue thing, so we're gonna ignore that for now. I just want to get all of the tests passing for now. Test input remove error received from elements. Okay. Code Flick Live, thanks so much for the follow. How does one code without copying and pasting? This is true. This is, yeah. Krasnik, what's going on, man? And let me fix Pretzel Rocks really quick because it crashed. Okay.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Radulacut, thanks so much for the follow. Okay, so let's go check our output get really quick too, because if I messed it up there, I guaranteed messed it up here. I did. So that's okay as well. Now let's run our tests again and see what else we need to fix. I don't think we're going to get to any more features. It's already after 4 here, so I'll, ooh. Okay, so we clearly have some sort of race condition here, right? Test output get, right? Okay. Add, remove. What else would we have? I know that there was other tests that were failing. Where are they? Okay, so we had output get, input remove, and input add. So we fixed output get. Let's try input remove and input add. Cargo test. Wait. Test. Input add. Okay, that one's failing. To run them serially. Okay, let's try that. I would like to figure out potentially why those things are failing. It's quite possible that they need to have unique names, and that when they're run in parallel, that maybe we have some name conflicts. Because remember earlier, we had the same like not linked issue, and it turned out to be that. Oh, actually, we can go back to that and test that in a second. Let's fix these two first. Input add and input remove. We're failing. We'll fix these and then we'll try running them. We'll try running them serially and then we'll try fixing that fake thing. Okay. So input remove, panicked assertion, 0, 1. Okay. This is 403. Man, we broke so much stuff. I say we because I'm not going to take the blame for this all by myself. Okay, so test input remove is the name of our mixer. We're creating that mixer. Okay. We are adding an input to that. We're calling it fake source. Test input remove. Inputs fake source. So, but our issue is actually that it's not removed, right? It's not the status code that's returned back. That's fine. Our issue is actually that it's not getting removed from here. That's not good. Let's try input add really quick and see what the issue is there. You take the blame for the thread join. All right, as long as I'm not going out by myself. It's all right. I would take the rap for all of you. 328. Input. Okay, so test input add inputs. So this isn't actually. Wait a second. So let's just run this serial real quick and we'll see whether nope. So we still have issues. Maybe it's like a cleanup issue or something. I don't know. We'll come back to it. Let's fix our failed tests first. So we actually have well, this is weird, right? Because if we run this, all right, if we come in here, we can add a mixer and we can add an input. Okay, so this tells me that we've copied it, right? So what this is telling me is that somewhere in here we've cloned the mixer and we're just not observing the changes, right? Oh, because we're cloning right here, right? Crap. Well, what are we doing for our output add? Because output add works, right? Did I just fix it in one place? Test output output add. That works. So what are we doing in test output add? We are cloning it. Wait, what? We are, oh no, because it's an arc, right? All right. I'm so confused now. All right, let's split this up really quick. What are we doing that's different here? I mean, this looks the same. So unless the input's failing to be added, So these are identical except for like substituting the word input for output. So this would tell me that it's in our handlers, input add. Output add. Okay, so that's right. So in our input stuff, we're doing all of this logic. So did we end up taking ownership of our mixer? What did we do? Why the choice of Rust? So libav and GStreamer, which are like the two primary things you're going to use for working with multimedia, are written in C, and I am not a very good C or C++ programmer, and so I was going to have to get better at that, and if I need to invest a bunch of time in learning something, it should probably be Rust. That's where a lot of people are going with this stuff, and I'm normally a Go person, but C Go is not really the best thing either. That comes with its own complications. So I figured I'd take it as an opportunity to learn Rust as well. Okay, so somewhere in here is where we're going wrong. So all of this is just getting the config, right? So we are returning back input created, right? Oh, so arc clone should be favored over just doing dot clone. Okay, so you're saying I should go back and change those? Arc clone and first your arc clone. So in this case, you're saying arc clone, and a borrowed. Okay. Let's find all of them. Clone. %s mixers dot clone to arc clone. Oh no, we want self. Self dot mixers. So this would be and self dot mixers, right? Two arguments were supplied. What did I mess up now? Wait a second. Self.mixers.clone. Wait a second. Is it like doing some sort of capture group here? I don't know what that. All right, let's just go to mixers dot clone arc clone. Arc clone. These are like the little things that are like kind of tribal knowledge, right? Like I wouldn't know that there's a difference between these, right? And that's probably problematic. And for, you know, a lot of the slack that Go gets for things, that's actually one thing that I really do like about the language, as that there are very few ways to do things. So I would just look at these in somebody else's code and think to myself, it's just a matter of preference that they do the same thing. I would think that clone means clone. Ah. Ah. Arc acts as a smart pointer, so the dot operator will call through to the method on the inner T. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's basically calling the clone method, but it's passing in that value as its receiver, right? If that T also had a clone, you could get into a situation where you clone the T from inside of the arc instead of cloning the outer arc. Interesting. All right, I think we got them all. Well, at least in this file. I mean, that's not going to fix our issue, but... line 451. Oh. Okay. So now we just have our add and remove where we clearly broke something. So let's go into our handlers and let's see whether we can make sense of what's going on here. Okay. So the interesting thing though is what's failing is the count, which means we're getting back an okay. So let's look at this. The only situations where, oh, wait. No, because this is what's returning. So we're getting back an okay from here. Because in theory we should have an... Otherwise we should have a 404 there. That's the only place you return early. Here we would get an error unknown. So we have to be hitting this branch, or this arm, rather, of the match statement. Because otherwise our status code would be returning back. So we sort of have an issue here. So this is our mixers. So what's happening here that's different? Why are you mapping the error and then unwrapping it? On 164. So that is just the result from... Wait, what? I don't know why I'm unwrapping that. Oh, because this returns back a result. So really, this should be a here. Oh, no, we can't do that. Oh, right. Okay, so, yeah. So this here is just switching on the type of input it is and deciding, creating one of the variants of our input enumeration and assigning it here. But that ends up being a result that's returned back. So we are just trying to unwrap that. So really we need to I guess we need to match on the output of this too, because this could have an error in it, right? Yeah. So really, we want something like this. Yeah, I need to actually go through and catch a bunch of the panics because the poison thing is like killing me in a couple of instances. So we do have an issue here where this is really what we want to return, right? So, so if input dot is error, right? Oh, when you panic while holding the lock. That's what the poisoning thing is. Okay. So in this case, we need input dot to error. Yeah. So why does this work for this type E? Okay, well, I guess we could wrap it in a super error mixer input dot error. The poison stuff is for POSIX compliance pthreads because C can't unwind sanely. Mismatch types. Wait, what? Expected enum mixer error found. Does that return back an option? Really? Oh. So we need to unwrap that. That gets a little weird. Wait a second. Is that our whole issue here? Is I just needed an unwrap here? Okay.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Okay. I keep forgetting about the if-let syntax. If-let, error. Then here we already have error. And we don't need to unwrap it. I keep forgetting about if-let. Wait, that's wrong. There we go. Okay, so we still have these issues. I'm not entirely sure why. So we're hitting this logic here, and we can test that here. Input added, right? Oh, wait. This is wrapping our okay. Guess let's just go here. Wait, what is all this? Handlers. What did I break? Online, wait, 175. Oh, did I just not save it? Okay. I've only been doing this, I don't know how many years. It's always the dumb mistakes. Okay, so it's saying it was added. And so we should be able to self.inputs.len, right? Oh, oh. Are you guys ready for this? I am a moron. Okay. So remember all that refactoring we did where there's a background audio and video source that was in the mixer and then we refactored it out to call input? Well, that's going to change our input count now, isn't it? Before it wasn't counted because it existed solely in the mixer. It wasn't in the map. So, yeah. I'm dumb. So what line is that on? 328. I wasn't paying attention to the numbers. Wait. HTTP mod. Wait. HTTP mod, line 328. This is handlers. This should be 2 now, right? Ooh. I guess this does bring up an interesting question, though. This would allow people to remove the background, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So really, I think we should look at our mixer and see what we can do about that. Mixer mod test. So okay, so here's what we're gonna do. In order to fix this, what we need to do is call. We already called new on this, so we should be able to say background.link, right? And pass it in the pipeline, as well as mixer dot. What order do these go in? Mixer input. Link. Audio, then video. Okay. So mixer dot audio out. No. Audio mixer. Mixer dot video mixer. Cannot move out of type mixer, which implements the. Wait, what? We need to clone these. Wait. What am I doing? Borrow move value pipeline. Where did we move it? Oh, we need to clone it here. Oh, no. Because we can just say mixer.pipeline, right? Cannot borrow background as mutable. Oh, let mute background. Okay. All right, now let's run our tests. And these should pass now. Okay, perfect. So that's what we wanted. That's the better approach because we don't want anybody to accidentally be able to remove that. Otherwise, it could kill our pipeline. So with that, I've got a bunch of stuff I got to take care of today. So I've got to dart out of here. So let's commit this. I don't even remember git status. I don't know, let's call it fixing tests refactoring. I forget what all we did here. Who's streaming? Melky Dev streaming. Let's hit Melky. Unless we want to try and find a smaller streamer. Thoughts? Thanks, Bartholomew. All right, let's see. Game dev. PS4 hacking. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm down to raid. I'm always down to raid Melky. We raid Melky a couple of times, and it looks like he has a fair amount of viewers. So do we want to hit JV Peak then? JV Peak looks like has about 12 people, so... Where is JV Peak? What's JV working on? Where are you? Must be streaming something else? I don't know. We don't have a lot of options today, huh? Let's see. Let's see if JV Peak's doing tech stuff or gaming stuff. Best red, green, blue controller ever going? Twitch? Sure, let's do it. What is this written in? Thanks everybody so much for hanging out. This has been a lot of fun. A nice welcome distraction. I will be back on tomorrow from roughly 12:30 Eastern Standard Time until roughly right about now. Thanks everybody.